Hello? Chat? I'm hurtable. This is good. Huh? I just didn't know if you guys knew or not. Oh, I look actually normal again. It doesn't look like I have some fuck ass bob. Although, what is going on with my eyebrow? Hello? 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 It looks like I cut a slit into my eye. Do myself a favor and pretend we didn't see that. Bring back the fuck ass Bob for how many subs? I'll bring the fuck ass Bob back for this stream for like 10 subs because my hair looks cute. Himbo? Yeah, that's the Terra. That's the Terra blend, you know? Hi, am I feeling any better? You're so right, the music is overpowering my voice. We should fix that. So yes, I am feeling better. Number 2, it turns out, and you guys are gonna laugh at me. You guys are definitely gonna laugh at me. But I guess I wasn't eating enough while on these steroids, and I didn't know. I said, yeah, I ate like right before I streamed. Well, I did. But according to our best friend Keely, no, I wasn't. She told me I needed to eat more. So, she's right. So I've eaten a lot today. I made myself a BLT with lots of avocados, so I'm getting healthy fats. I had beef and broccoli stir fry. So that's more proteins and greens. And right before this, I had some chicken nuggets. So, I feel like I've eaten. I think, I would hope I've eaten enough today. What do you guys think? Did they give you sauce? Yes, they gave me sauce. So yes, I'm feeling a lot better tonight. I don't know why I felt so sick. This is my 4th thing of water. It doesn't look like there's water in there, but trust me, there's water in there. You can see. I have, if you guys are concerned, all right, listen. If you're concerned, I have popcorn. I have chocolates in a jar. I also have coffee. So I promise you, I got enough calories. I promise that isn't food. What do you mean that's not food? I just ate. Popcorn is food. How is this not a food? How is popcorn not a food? Huh? Whatever. I have chocolate if I'm missing calories. Did you guys know that chocolate is, like, if you're ever, like, in a situation, like, say you are stuck at sea, did you know chocolate is provided to help, like, keep your calories up? So, why do you have a jar? Because the bag ripped, and I didn't keep it in the bag, so I put it in a jar. And I felt like a jar Yeah, it has a lot of calories in it. So I feel like I have food. I ate a lot of food today. Popcorn is empty calories? What? It is? It has fiber. Well, that's fine. I got popcorn and chocolate. That's fine. I think that's a good snack, dare I say. All right. So glad that we have 5 licensed nutritionists in chat today. Listen, I do a pretty good job of eating. I think since I got sick, I haven't eaten as much because whenever I get sick, I don't eat a lot. Maybe that's just me. I don't know about you guys. But, yeah. I promise I've eaten. I promise I've had enough calories today. I have coffee. We're gonna be good. Anyways, let me plug in my Xbox. When I get sick, my appetite goes crazy. Oh, that's funny because I don't eat when I'm sick very much. I don't know what that is, why that is. Maybe it's partly ADHD. Who knows? I'm talking out of my ass based on preconceived notions. I should have Googled before typing popcorn. Apparently it has all sorts of vitamins and minerals. I feel like popcorn has... It's like the one form of corn that I will eat. I haven't been sick in a minute. I'm jealous. I'm very jealous of you, Juice. Anyways, hi, chat. I turned off the music just because it was, like, really, really loud. How are you? How is the late night stream start? It is so fucking late. I know. I almost passed out and almost skipped dinner again. Well, let's not do that. Don't be like me and get sick from not eating. Because a bitch simply forgot. 2 Pokedexes. Going long tonight? Well, I'll do as much as I can tonight, you know? I have work early tomorrow, but oh well. Oh, I'm sorry, Kuya. I think I am going to keep my headphones off though for tonight just because, and you guys probably like, Izzy, why? I've just been really sensitive recently with like my head. So, I am just not gonna wear my headphones as much as I possibly can tonight. A midterm and government final tomorrow. Good luck. Can't stay long. I have to wake up at 7 a.m. but have a good stream. Thank you, Lunar Lance. Rare non-headset. Yeah, the rare non-headset day. So I'll be lurking soon. No worries. I get it. She's streaming super late. So we are in the courtyard right now. This is where I left off last. The queen wanted us to kill Snow White, and for whatever reason, you know, I don't think... You know what? I'm changing the sub goal. Maybe Terra doesn't deserve the himbo fund, you know? Maybe... For women. For the girlies. Because Terra is terrorizing all these poor women. There's a really cool command you can meld right now. Strike bind.
This is happening.
And that plus Blizzard Edge.
Arbiter,
thank you so much.
Subbing for Aqua.
Thank you for the 2. Wait, it's been 2 months streak, but 3 months in total. I'm subbing for Aqua, dude. Whenever I get my hands on Aqua, okay. So you said we wanted to meld. Did you said strike rate and what? With bind? Strike rate, bind. And then I need an item. Fuck it. Here, there you go. Binding strike and then blizzard edge and well, I think I have to level these up now. Hold on, let me edit my deck. Okay. Then we have cure. I think I'm gonna take cure out for now. And then I'll put cure here. And then what's zero gravity? Sleep! You know what? Fuck it. We'll try sleep. We will try sleep. It's basically magnet. Wait, real? Birth by sleep. Oh my god. Real. Terra doesn't have a brain until way later. I'm hoping for his glow up arc. Hold on. Ziggy. It comes eventually. I'm waiting for it. Where is Snow White? I assume we're gonna go up, not here. Okay, just kidding, everyone. Let's go. There's nothing here. What the hell? Ziggy, I just let you out. We came this way, right, chat? We were just here. Yeah, we just came from here. So where's my... Where? Oh, this door? All right, whatever. Uh-huh. Oh, there she is, chat.
I wonder if that's her.
I low-key thought she was just gonna faint for whatever reason.
Oh.
Oh, no. Dude, a man just there. I think Terra kind of being inserted into these worlds.
Should I be?
It's true then.
Is so funny.
Her heart is pure light.
Cause these girls just
She's the one.
have greeted him. Okay, thus far it's only been Cinderella so far, and now it's
Does
Snow
the name
White.
Xehanort?
Does the name
mean
Xehanort
anything
mean
to you?
anything to you?
Why no. I don't think I've ever heard that name.
Now what?
He's just asking. Like, he's so unafraid. He's just like, do you know?
Hey, wait! Don't go in there alone. Out of my way.
And she just runs into the woods like... She just runs into the woods like it's no big deal. Okay, well, we're gonna... No. They're there. Okay.
You're done.
That's fine. Ooh, oh shit! This really just kills them, huh? What? Are you kidding? Alright, buddy. I don't like this one. This one is... Oh. Okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa! We're doing so much, and for what reason? Oh, what's... Oh, he is so... He's gone. Hold on, let me find it. Stun edge. Wizard edge, I guess. Oh. It is. Oh no! Please don't do that. Please no. No, we're gonna do this. Or we just do that. Hi, Mar. What does that mean? Okay, press X while jumping to dash through the air. Wait, that's so awesome! Also, I need to sit up properly. Hold on.
Lost her.
Alright, hold on. I gotta...
She said she doesn't know anything about Masters.
She said she doesn't know anything about Master Xehanort.
That
Okay,
leaves me with
well,
just
you
one
know what?
other
Maybe
option.
actually, chat, I'm gonna put my headphones
The
on.
mirror. Back at the castle.
I think I'm okay. And if it's too much, we will simply just... Why can't I... I'm like, I can't hear nothing. And then I realized my headphones aren't even on. That's sick, and you're not sick anymore. So true. So now I can do this, right, chat? Hold on, pause. Wait. Wait, I thought I can... I thought I can... Okay, whatever. Chat, I missed something. I have to equip it? Oh. Oops. Is it here? Action commands. Wait. I'm so confused. In 4? I have to put it in 4? Oh. Oh, I guess so. Okay, well. Gonna be so for real. He said I better return to the castle. Okay, never mind. That answers my question. I was gonna say, I don't remember what I'm supposed to do now. And I do what now? I go down here? Wait. Back upstairs. What? This isn't a door. We just said go back to the castle. I'm so confused. Do I... Oh, go back to the mirror? Oh. Got it. So I have to trek all the way back down here. That was annoying. Be so for real, chat. Like, this...
You're done.
Like, being so for real, chat. Like, I do not like this world so far, simply because I have to traverse this little maze. Alright, stone edge. Wizard edge. Okay.
Let's go.
Well, that did a lot.
Want some?
And you're dead. And you're done. Want some? Alright, well... Where the fuck did I go? No.
Let's go.
Okay, you're all like in the floor, and that is pissing me off. And what's this bitch? And there. I'm not like blocking that, and I really need to be. No bueno. Oh, wait, pause? I love one-shotting these guys. That's super awesome. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine, that's fine!
Say goodbye.
How are you not dead? That's what I wanted to know. I'm pretty sure there was like a chest up here. Or was that like the fake chest? Oh, this guy is not. That guy bamboozled me. That's right. Because he scared the shit out of me. Chat, am I a hurtable volume, by the way? Sometimes I notice like I might speak a little bit away from my microphone and like I don't notice it, but I've noticed that in my VODs where I'm like, sometimes I speak a little too far from my mic and don't do that! Okay, whatever, that's fine. Okay, that's fine!
Take that.
And you're dead. Okay. He's so slow, chat. Okay. And, well, we're good. Magic mirror chamber. Sound fine to me? Awesome.
How dare you return here, you blundering fool?
What are you talking about?
She's like, I'm watching your progress.
I ordered you to bring me Snow White's heart.
A request I chose to ignore. You know, you claim to be radiant, but all I see are shadows of jealousy.
Oh, real?
Thick on your heart.
You
He did not need to
pay
call her
for
out like
such
that, but
insolence. Magic mirror
he's
on
real
the
for it.
wall. Consume this fool once and for all.
What's the mirror gonna do? It's a mirror, bitch. He's slowly learning. He's slowly becoming an ally of the girls.
That I cannot do.
Yeah, he's a mirror.
No power save answers true.
Huh? You dare defy your queen?
Oh, what even happened? What is what? What? Dude, this poor mirror was like, I can't do that, bro. And she went, no. Yes, you can. And just... Alright, whatever. It's giving Tron. Oh! Okay, well, oh my god, okay. I can't lock onto anything, it looks like. Oh my god,
Heal.
where is bro? What do I even do? Okay. Oh. Is it that? Can I hit them? Oh. Well, that would have made my life so much easier.
So long.
I can't sleep him. Ah, no! What? Huh? Huh? Oh. Let's do this real quick. Let's put this on real quick. Yeah. Counter hammer, whatever that did. Okay, okay. How about we not? Let's revert. Okay. Hold on. He is not doing good, but let's heal. It's a good thing we have heal on, huh? No! Let's not. Let's not. Hold on, chat. Give me 1 second. No, Ziggy's not being stinky. It's my brother. They're building, my youngest brother and my older brother are building a PC right now, and they're asking me for something as if I have it. So. Alright. I feel like it's this one. Okay.
Want some?
Well, this one was easy. In critical mode, that ramming attack from him is effectively an instant death move. Oh.
How did you escape?
He just
Now
wins.
you will ask the mirror. Where can I find Master Xehanort?
Magic mirror, instruct this knave. Give him the answers he doth crave.
Beyond both light and dark he dwells, where war was waged upon the fells.
That makes no sense.
Is that all? Thanks.
Thanks. That's it. Was this a whole world? Oh, wait, no. That's just kidding. Haha.
Master Ericus said he first received word of these events from Master Yen Sid. Maybe it's time I went and spoke with him myself.
That mirror did nothing. Do you want... Oh, I forgot that I could equip new keyblades. I want to know, like, what the heck they're, like... Oh. Uh-huh. That was such a... What a scene. Was that the entire world? Okay. Wait. Where is this? Oh, this is Yen Sid. Yeah, I guess we'll visit this world now. Yeah, these worlds are weirdly short. I could have gone in through an entire world yesterday, and I just could not. Oh, and there's Mickey with... I know this Keyblade. Is that one from 1?
Alakazam!
Can I say something? Mickey has had one single line so far. And it was Alakazam. Mickey has said a single word. That VA is expensive. So far, Mickey has like made 3 different, Mickey's been on screen, I think, like 3 different times so far. And he has said 1 word. Which is crazy. He also doesn't sound the same. I think somebody pointed out when I was playing Kingdom Hearts 2 that, unfortunately, the Mickey VA, like, passed away. So, is this a new VA? I assume so. Or, like, quote-unquote, like, a new VA. A new VA took over. Got it. Okay, that makes sense. I was gonna say, he doesn't sound the same. Like, he just does not sound the same. Well, this game would be like 98 hours at the world's Kingdom Hearts 2 world length for all 3 characters. From this point on, he does sound a bit weird. Does he still? So he sounds a little funky. Even in 3. Do they have this VA for 3? I don't see why they wouldn't, you know? And he sounds funky there too, damn. Alright, mysterious tower moment. Oh shit, we need to, Keyblade. Items. We should probably have gotten, like, started using new Keyblade sooner. Strength and magic. Critical hits. Treasure trove. Ooh, which one do we want? Because I kind of want... I like... I feel like it says it is like short, but you know what? Fuck it. You know, why not? We try, right? We could try things. This is kind of the ugliest Keyblade I think I've ever seen, but that's fine. This is such an you know what? I'm gonna shut up. Maybe I'm just being a hater. I hate that Keyblade though. It looks so ugly.
Master Yensid.
Dude, there's something with his eyes.
My name is Terra.
Yes, Ericus's pupil. I've been expecting you. It is the unversed.
Yes, Master Yensid. I thought it best to seek the counsel of one wiser than myself.
I am no longer a master. I doffed that mantle.
They be using
But,
words
sir, wasn't that your pupil I passed on the way in? He had a
that I have
keyblade.
never heard people actually use.
You refer to Mickey. He too sought guidance here. As a king, he is good and kind, but the weight of a crown has not cured him of impetuousness. He has left with an object whose power he does not understand nor know how to control.
Oh,
Mickey imagines
that's cool,
my
I guess.
Star Shard will be of help in his current quest, and like you, he is eager to use his Keyblade to set things right.
I'm not sure I even understand what's wrong. Master Xehanort is missing. And now I've learned there's a masked boy
Oh, that's
who's
right,
controlling those
there's a masked
unversed
boy.
on the loose.
To arrive at the truth, perhaps you should approach things differently. First, consider them one and the same problem.
Master Xehanort and the unversed are connected somehow?
I must not make assumptions.
Can I be
Find
so for
Xehanort,
real?
Terra. That is where you should begin.
Yes, sir.
I thought Yensid would have such a bigger, like, part to play in Kingdom Hearts 2, but no. He was there, like, once.
I
Literally
had hoped,
once.
Xehanort, your heart would no longer lead you astray.
He's just a lore dropper. I guess. I guess. Hold on, I'm gonna go ahead and make this a little smaller and put this. No, I'm gonna put this.
Terra. Master Xehanort.
Terra, come see me at once.
I want to know what is up. Why do we have so many Xehanorts? Like, there's too many of them. First we got the one who was working with Ansem. Now we had the Heartless and the Nobody. And now there's an old man? Girl, please, there's too many of them. There's too many of them. Oh, girl, Xehanort is everywhere. Oh, why is he always? Ah! Everyone is, stop. You guys, my brain. We're not done introducing Xehanorts? This is crazy. This is too many of them. What is this? Do not fucking tell me I'm going to the Lion King again. Oh, wait, this is that place from, 2. Oh, I've been here before.
Master Xehanort.
What are you doing here? I've seen this before. I've been here before.
I've been to other worlds. I know all about the things you've done. I just don't understand why.
Someone had to safeguard the light.
Why is he such an ugly, piggly
Demon I
bitch?
unleashed. You must know about the boy by now, the one in the mask. His name is Vanitas, a creature of pure darkness, one of my making.
Vanitas. Are you telling me he came from you?
What?
He came from Ventus.
Ventus?
Yes. Vanitas is the darkness that was inside your friend. It was an accident. While training with me, Ventus succumbed to darkness, and there was but one way to save him. Strip that part of him away, and thus Vanitas was made. In the process, I damaged Ventus' heart in the most horrific way.
Oh.
So, I did what I felt was right and left him with Ericus. I knew the boy could not stay with me, the man who did him such grievous harm.
Master Xehanort. Ventus has gotten a lot better since then. You shouldn't blame yourself for trying to save him.
Wait,
Well,
are they talking about
You know how to put an old man's heart at ease.
Ven being Roxas,
So that's
but
what it
that's
was.
not Roxas? Is that who they're talking about? Technically, yes. Huh? What? Oh, that's right! That's right, he had no pupils, chat!
That boy, is he okay?
I'll go see.
Well, at least they were kind enough to check on him. Oh, he's trying to be good.
I'm Terra.
Aw.
What's your name?
Aw. He's like, oh, okay.
Whew. You can talk. Aqua, come here.
Hi, I'm Aqua.
Terra.
Us. Queen Slay.
Aqua. So, are you here to train with us? Where are you from? Who is that man with you? You good with a keyblade?
Oh, this. Oh, poor kid.
What's the matter?
Oh, he's not okay.
What did you do?
Oh, chill, bro. We just asked him questions. We just want to know his
I just asked
name.
him some stuff.
Ventus cannot tell you anything. Because he cannot remember anything.
Bro can't remember.
Master, why is Vanitas still free?
Ah, yes. Well, I did my best to contain him the
So
moment he
this
emerged,
masked
but
kid is
He managed to escape.
Ventus but evil.
Vanitas uses the Keyblade to sow seeds of darkness. And now you see the world's teem with his ghastly underlings.
The unversed.
He has no control over the darkness in his heart.
Guys, why are we
Keyblade is
splitting
not his to bear.
things?
He's an abomination beyond hope of salvation. Lend me your
So
strength,
there's
Terra.
evil Roxas.
Right this wrong that I have wrought.
But I have no idea where to find him.
What I can tell you about Vanitas amounts to this. His darkness is drawn to the light which he seeks to disrupt, and then destroy.
What? What just
It
happened?
stands to reason that he will strike next in the City of Light.
Radiant I know that place!
Radiant Garden.
Guys, he's got some crazy long lashes.
Don't worry, Master.
I think he has
I'll take care of Vanitas.
the craziest, like, Squeenix lashes thus far. Like, I thought Sora had some crazy Squeenix lashes, but I think Terra takes the cake. You know? So, pause. I didn't listen to any, I didn't, like, not physically hear any of that, so let me make sure I've got this now. So, Roxas, just kidding, not Roxas, but Ventus is a little evil, but his evil part is called something completely different. I forgot his name. It was like whatever, it doesn't matter. But he's evil, and there's... Oh, Vanitas. Okay, my bad. So... he was split into two. And there's good and there's bad. And got it. Okay. Can we stop splitting things, Nomura? Like, and Ventus is now all light. Okay, so he's goody two-shoes. I see. I see. No, what? We never stop splitting. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks. Oh, okay. It gets more and more difficult. I swear to God. Oh, this is Radiant Garden. We need to land here. Visit this world. Oh, there he is! Oh, there he is! So is Roxas not Roxas then? Why does Roxas look like Ventus then? I don't get it. You know, it's fine. You know what? I'm gonna shut Uncle Scrooge! Me when a Disney character cameo.
Unversed. This can only mean Master Xehanort was right.
I just realized Princess Sakura just, like, had the funniest streak message. She just goes, "I'm going to streak." I just realized. Maybe Ventus looks like Roxas. Huh? Oh wait, this is Hollow Bastion theme? Dude, I have to have my headphones on. Wait, this one kind of goes crazy. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Shit.
So long.
Okay, you know what? Let's. There we go. Okay, that's fine. What the hell? Oh, I see. Okay.
You're done.
Okay.
So long.
That was cool. Oh, what? 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 Okay, let's cure.
Heal. Want some?
Oh, I'm not doing any damage. Are you for fucking real? Okay, well, that's fine.
Let's go. Say goodbye.
What? No, please stop.
You're done.
Oh my god. Okay. Let's not. Let's please not. You know what? How about you
Take
not?
that.
How about instead?
Want some?
I'm gonna. And he's about to. All right. Well. Half the time, I feel like I just press buttons and it's somehow works.
What's Master Xehanort doing here? Maybe he found something out.
It would be crazy if we see Kyrie here. So this is what Hollow Bastion looked like. I see. That's kind of cool that we get to see what it looked like before. He was this way, right, chat? Insane proposition. Imagine. I wouldn't be shocked.
Why can't I ever seem to remember this address exactly?
No way, Winnie the Pooh again.
Excuse me, Your Elderness.
Elderness? I feel like that... Okay.
I believe you dropped this book.
Holy shit.
Did I? Oh, I'm very sad to say this isn't one of mine, but what a remarkable book it is. This unassuming volume seems to have the unusual effect of awakening one's innermost abilities.
Winnie
book
the
that makes people
Pooh.
Stronger? If it's all right, Your Elderness, might I have a closer look?
The name is Merlin. I'm a powerful wizard, and I'll have you know a lot of wisdom comes with age. Anyway,
How old is
as
Bro?
I said, the book is not mine,
You're
but I'd be happy
stupid.
to keep it here for you.
Thank you, Merlin.
Okay, well. I assume Winnie the Pooh time, huh? What did that do? Child, what did that do? Ooh. A queen. Do we have a? Oh, okay. The masked boy. That just looks like Riku. That looks like Riku when he has his moment. Why are they two separate? They're literally the same guy. Do you guys see that? Pause. Look. And then what? All right, buddy. I already knew that he was him, but like that's so funny that it just like I just find that very funny. Hold on, let me fix this. That's fine. I think that's fine. That's fine. I guess I don't really need to look at these. Yeah, I have no idea what I did with the book. So what the hell was that? Oh, chop. I guess like whoa, what's this? Poison Edge. I kind of want that. Confused? Stop! Dude, we love stop. What's this? There's status effects? Oh, I do like this. I do like this. I'm gonna grab that just in case. Fire dash? Wait, what? Was there? What was that? Fire dash. I'll grab that, yeah. So, do I go... Let's try this. Let's go into command deck now. Should I get anything else, chat? I feel like I don't have that much money anymore, though. So, let me just save really quickly. You know what? That's fine. We're fine. Let's go see what was up over here.
Let's go.
Why? Oh, that was A, not B. Oops, that was on me. What do I even do with this guy? And he's gonna explode. I hate the way they like.
You're done.
You're done. Dude, I hate when they do that. I hate when they do that.
So long.
I hate when they're in the floor. Pause. Wait. Huh? Where am I going? How did she get up, chat? How did she get up? Did I fall? Did I go the wrong way? Oh no. Do I have to wait, what? Little fireball. There's my I'm confused. Do I have the right idea? Am I in the right realm of... Oh, I am. I see. No, no, no. This is low-key, like, my ass is not thinking that I need to be doing this. But based off of the whole, like, Snow White thing from earlier, I have learned that, yes, that is what I should actually be doing.
Say goodbye.
Say goodbye! Damn, he's such an anime boy. He's such an anime boy. But when are these characters not just a generic anime character? Oh.
You're done.
You're done! Why? Oh. What is fire damage? Oh! That was pretty good. That was pretty good. No, 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 no! Oh! Chat, that didn't happen. You did not see that happen. That did not happen. None of you guys saw that. Ah! I literally can't believe I fucking did that. I'm so... No! Terra! I'm pressing wrong buttons! Chat, you're not seeing this happen. You're not seeing this happen. This is not happening.
Better luck next time, fuckboy.
Alright, see, chat. See? See? Perfect. I was perfect the whole time. Where the heck even are we? Where are we? What do we do? Ooh, guys. Guys! You know what? No, I'm not done.
Heal.
I did not need a cure. But, like, I want to keep cure in my, like, little hotbar because it saves my ass 120 times now. Am I weird for that? Did you guys have cure in your little bar? Oh, critical impact, time to kill. Maybe I just rely a little too heavily on cure. I don't know. Cure on the bar is good? Okay. I was like, maybe I'm just a little too reliant. Especially when you don't know what a boss is. Oh, that's so fair. What the hell is that? A keyblade? Did we get a whole ass keyblade? No, we did not. It was a thing. Oh. Anyways, I kept trying to tell you guys what those little things remind me of, and like I just did not tell you the past 2 streams. It is 11:11. I'm supposed to do my Duolingo. I have not done my Duolingo tonight. Shit. Okay, let me... Oh my god, what is... That's his name? Ew, anyways, the little guys, the not heartless, the fake heartless, they look like this. They look like this guy from Panty and Stock. That's what it looks like. Am I wrong? Yeah, it literally, no. Not Invader Zone. If you've ever seen Panty and Stocking, that is their like rivals' little like pet thing. I don't even know what it's called. It's like a little pet. Yeah, its name is Fastener. I don't know why. I mean, obviously everybody's named after something of some sort. Well, anyways, that's what the not heartless look like. Yeah, the opposite of Chuck. That is a mad throwback. I am a huge Panty and Stocking fan. Nobody knows that, but I love Panty and Stocking. That is probably one of my favorite, like, pieces of, like, satire, I think. When it comes to just, like, animes, like, satirical anime, I think that is my favorite one of, like, all time, period. It's so good. My favorite song of all time is from that fucking show. It's awful, but it's a phenomenal show. It also has a stupid good art style, so if you've never seen it, I would super suggest it. You just have to be like, it is very crude. So if you're not in the mood for it, don't watch it. If you're not in the mood for like really crude humor, or just a satire in general, then it's not for you. It's over the top. It is insane for obvious reasons. It's a satire. So very good show. Fly Away is not my favorite song of all time. No. I don't actually like Fly Away very much. Our style is so good. Like, tell me why Trigger ate. Trigger always eats, by the way. Studio Trigger is so good. Like, ma'am. Oh, I love Trigger's art style so much. I think some of my favorite anime come from that studio. I think my most favorite anime recently, like I think it's funny because I feel like when it comes to Studio Trigger, you get like really cutesy feel-good anime or like anime that's going to make you go, what the fuck is that? Like, what the fuck was that? Yeah, Kill la Kill is also a Trigger anime, which is one of, it used to be up there for me. It's not up there anymore, but I do love the art style. Like, tell me why. Tell me why. Who's the little pink bitch that isn't, the girl with the eye patch? What's her name? I forgot her name. Pink bitch who doesn't have the eye patch. She's the music girl in Kill la Kill. I love her. I love her. I don't remember her name, but I love her. She's so good. I don't like, her name is Non. Ugh, love her. She's so good. She's just a little pink bitch and I love her. Yeah, the band girl. She's awesome. I just love her. I cannot tell you exactly what it is about her, but she's just she's just her, you know? I really like Ryoko and, oh my god, what's her name? Fuck, it's been literal years since I last seen that anime. It's good, though. Fuck-ass Bob girl. Mako, thank you. Fuck-ass Bob girl. I love Mako and how I love their relationship. It's so good at the end. It like fuck ass Bob girl. Yeah, I mean she does. She has a bob. I should honestly, she's my favorite goof. She's so cute. I love their relationship. It's so good. Also a satirical anime if you're down to watch that. Even then, it's just a beautiful, like, the art's beautiful. The art is beautiful, but if you're not ready or into crude humor, then it is not the show for you at all. It's not your show. But I do super suggest Kill la Kill and Panty and Stocking if you are down with crude / lewd humor and down for satire, because it's very good. They're both very good. And they look phenomenal. Both look phenomenal. You guys want to see me some of the coolest shit that I have? Okay, I don't know if I can show this one on stream, so I'm just gonna show you the back of it. But this has the ending theme. So this is So this has the ending theme for Kill la Kill, which is one of my other favorite like anime songs of all time. I love the ending theme for Kill la Kill. It's so cool. I found this in Little Tokyo and I thought it was super worth it to have. So I don't have a scissor blade. No, that's not something I went out of my way to get. I had multiple instances, like I had multiple chances to get the scissor blade when I was like a kid, but I said, I don't fuck with it that hard. So I'm a big music girly, so of course I had to get the fucking CDs. This is the DVD with the ending. It's like got the ending credit scene, but without the words in front of it. So you just get the art and the music, and I think that's super cool. And this is just the music. And then I have this. I can't show it to you because there's boob. And not that I'm here to censor boobs, but Twitch wants to censor boobs. So I can't show it to you. But Discord for the boobs. I mean, if you've listened to the Panty and Stocking OST at any point in your life, you know what it looks like. But I have the CD. And it is so good. My favorite. I literally got this CD for one song and one song only. And it is the credit theme for Panty and Stocking, which is called Fallen Angel. And it's my favorite song of all time, period. Actually, why did they cook so hard? Why did they cook so hard with this? They cooked so hard with both of these. But anyways, I love Studio Trigger. These were like my two favorite animes as a kid, and which is fucked because I should not have seen Panty and Stocking as young as I did. I don't want to talk about it, but yeah, I love those animes. They're so good. They're so good, and I have to own the music because like how the fuck why would I not be owning the music? Like, ma'am. I started getting into collecting CDs recently, and that is because I'm not even kidding you, because of Toho. I found out that Toho has CDs, and I own like half of them now. Okay, I could have sworn Panty and Stocking was a different studio. It's Trigger. But yeah, no, I love Panty and Stocking. Very good. I have a Stocking cosplay. I think I ate that cosplay, can I say? Can I just say? I ate that Stocking cosplay. Let me show you. Let me show you. Let me find my cosplays. Oh my god, it's been a while since I last cosplayed Stocking, and low-key, I should do it again. It's been a hot fucking minute. Here, before we keep going. Yeah, Panty and Stocking is getting not a reboot, but a second season finally. After like 10 years, by the way. It's been 10 years. Here's my stocking. God, please. And personally, I think I eat. I personally think I fucking eat. I love Stocking. She is my favorite. She is my favorite silly little goth girly. Anyways. Chippendale, go away. 10-year gang, I know, right? Isn't that like the same fucking thing with like Bleach or some shit? Like Bleach is getting like a final season or some shit like that. Panty and Stocking was 2010. Oh shit, I thought it was 2012. My bad. Auto ability acquired. What does that mean? I meld commands. So if I put Blizzard Edge and Binding Strike together, what happens? I'm just here to fuck around and find out, honestly. Sure, I'll add that one. Okay. Freeze Raid. Hook the Keyblade in ice and throw it at an enemy. That's cool. That's a cool one. I guess I'll put Stun Edge in. No, we don't need that one. This is fine, and then we could do Fire Dash. Yeah, this is good. I think. I don't know. I'm here to fuck around and find out. I'm just putting things together. Why can't I go in here? Oh. What the hell is that? Oh. Oh. Oh, what is that?
Take that!
No! No, 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 no. Let's not. Let's not. Let's not, buddy. What are you? Who are you? Did I just die? Well, I'm gonna have to make that again, aren't I? Yep, okay.
Let's go. Say goodbye.
That's so fucking annoying.
You're done.
What the hell? What, like, fuck ass. Okay. Thanks, yeah, thanks, camera. That was super awesome of you. Thank you. I think that's fine. I mean, what else am I supposed to do, you know? Alright. Well, let's not die this time. It's for the PSP? Yes. What the hell even is this guy? Who are you? I want you dead. I want you gone. I want you gone. I want you out of my way. Okay, let's not do that. to. Remember how I was talking about, like, should I even have a cure? Oh my god.
Want some?
Oh, it reversed my controls? You're kidding.
Let's go.
Okay, some of these enemies are like pissing me off now. We're now at a point where they are, ooh, a high potion though. I'll take that. Maybe this game is bad. Actually, no. I mean, who knows? Oh, friends.
Ven?
Terra, Aqua.
Oh. Not friends. Oh, evil. This is like the guy in Traverse Town. That's what this guy reminds me of. Sonic Heroes and Kingdom Hearts? Oh my god. Oh my god, it kind of is. Oh, the gang's all here. Alright, well, let's... Alright, hold on. Fire dash? Oh, okay. Let's get it. Let's. I'm gonna let them do their thing. I'm gonna wait. Oh! I tried to delink. Why wouldn't it let me? I'm gonna retry. Whatever. I literally tried to do it. I don't know why it would not let me. God, I feel like I'm so behind when it comes to Kingdom Hearts because I think I would have slayed an insane Aqua cosplay. I think young Izzy would have fucking, like, immediately would have made a cosplay for her. You still can? So true. Okay. Oh my god, what do you even do there? Oh, okay. And we're just dead. What happened? Alright, well, I blocked there. Oh, okay, we're not blocking. can I not? Okay, hold on. Why can't I do it? Why can't I? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why can't I do that? Aqua is dead? Chat, she is like, gone. Ventus is doing his damn hardest. Oh, why are you just here? Why are you just here? Let's not! Why is it doing that? You guys are asking me to de-link. I literally cannot. I just can't. Okay, this is really annoying. Let's just start with the arms. Let's see if that might be my issue. Let's just get that out of the way. Right away. Oh, okay, just kill me like that. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Don't let me move, I guess.
Oh yeah, this is happening. Take that.
Chat, let's power up Izzy the sub.
I guess I'm just gonna go behind it. Fuck me, dude. What do I even do? Oh, Soul, thank you so much for the 10 months. It's like insta-kill the boss. I don't know if I need to just like add something. Can I dodge the big laser? I'm wondering if I just need to go behind it. That's what I'm wondering. Let's just, fuck it. We work on the legs first, I guess. That's fine. Dude, this guy is so annoying. Hold on. Just hit the legs. Arms are almost. Oh, let's get this guy. And what did that kill me for? I can shot lock to dodge it? I don't know if my dash has invincibility frames. I could slide through the fucking no fucking shot. How was I supposed to know that shit? I hate this. What? Oh my god. Oh my god! I'm actually, what the hell do I do? I still had like, did you see how much health I still had? What was that? All right, buddy.
Take that.
That's fine. Leave me alone. Oh my god. Leave me alone. What do I do? There's like 5 things going on all at once, and I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. No! Leave me alone. Please leave me alone. I need to cure once. Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Don't touch me, please! Fuck you! Alright, hold on. Y, A, B. Alright, get out. Nope. Okay, we're gonna cure one more time. We're almost there. Please? And we're curing. Oh, okay. What do you even do here? What do you even do there? What is happening? My friends are dying. Alright, whatever. Oh, that's good. Want some? Oh, that was very good. No. What's happening here now? Oh, let's. Oh, that's no bueno. That has invincibility. Let's get my gear back up. No, let's fire that. Okay, let's not actually. Let's get out of the way. I don't like this. Let's okay, just kidding! Please! Oh my god. Oh! Okay. Ugh. It was nice this time. It let me live.
Terra! Ben, now! Come on!
Okay, gang? This made me cry. I hate this boss. Why did it kill me like 5 different times?
Oh yeah, I got you these tickets.
For what?
Disney Town
Lifetime
passport.
passes to Disney Town. He said to,
There is no way.
He said to take 2 grown-ups.
This is a shameless like Disneyland plug.
You mean
There's
us?
no way. That's what this looks like.
Listen to me, Ven. We need to get you home.
It's okay, Aqua. Trust me, that guy in the mask is history. We'll never bat.
That was not
Terra
real.
again.
You saw the boy in the mask?
Yes?
Vanitas. Ven. You let Aqua take you home.
No way. I want to go
Oh,
with you
he
guys.
just wants to be a grown-up chat.
We have a dangerous task ahead of us. I don't want you to get hurt.
And what is this dangerous task, Terra? It doesn't sound like what the Master told you to do.
It might be a different route, but I'm fighting the darkness.
I'm not so sure. I've been to the same worlds as you, and I've seen what you've done.
He's not really done anything, Aqua.
You shouldn't put yourself so close to the darkness.
Listen to yourself, Aqua. Terra would never.
You mean you've been spying on me? Is that what he said to do? The Master's orders?
Drama!
He was only...
Uh-oh.
Aqua.
I get it.
Guys, they all have blue eyes. We need
Just
diversity.
stay put. I'm on my own now. All right?
Terra, please, listen. The Master has no reason to distrust you, really. He was just worried.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The gang is breaking up. This is not good. This is not good. Why did we have Disney? Sometimes I just remember that this really still is Disney. And it reminds you in the most, like, jarring ways.
You're stupid!
Master Xehanort is the only one I can still count on.
No!
You must
Terra,
be
you're
Terra.
stupid! Oh!
It's that old coot. He won't stop asking for you. I came all the way out here to get you, just so he'd clam up.
What do
What?
you mean?
Wait! That looks like... Wait!
Do I have to spell it out?
Guys, that looks like the guy!
Whatever he's called.
That
You
looks
know,
like one of the
my
Organization
prisoner.
13 members!
You're apparently not a very good liar. Master Xehanort would never let himself be caught by a thug like you.
As if. I got the old coot at my mercy. See for yourself. I'm holding him underneath the outer gardens. You better show up before I lose my patience. Ciao.
There's no way it's true. But no harm in looking.
Was that Zigbar? Wait, stop, pause! Oh my god, chat, I have to do my, let me do my Duolingo. Pause, pause! I also have to pee, so I'll just do my Duolingo on my pee break. So, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Hello, chat. I'm back. Sorry, I had to also catch up. Not only did I do my Duolingo, but I also had to catch up with the drama. That's it. I had to catch up with the drama. It's listen. Did you have fun? Yes, I had to know what's going on. Listen, when we do our campaigns for our silly little friend award show, it's cutthroat. You gotta know, you gotta keep checking because sometimes people just drop the craziest lore. Yeah, pretty much. You gotta just be ready at any moment. So my time the past 2 days has literally been checking up on our server to see what's going on. So anyways, my bad for being on a little bit. I had to check up on the drama. I also had to do my Duolingo. So, is he vlog? No vlog. I'm more than happy to vlog other things, but like this is a friend thing, you know? Didn't someone give out free commissions for votes last year? Yeah, that was Choopy. I somehow was nominated for artist, but I simply think that was because I drew Sonic Smut once. I'm glad my friends could know me for that. I'm really happy my friends know me for that. That's all I have to say. Anyways, so we are on our lonesome now because, okay, we just had a little falling out with gang, and that's because Xehanort is fucking with Terra because Terra does not think too well. Terra is he's a sweet man at heart, but he's not thinking too much. And that guy who looked like Zigbar. Is his name Zigbar? Pause. Is his name Zigbar? X-I... Yes! His name, that's Zigbar. I was like, I know this guy. I know him. But he looks young. And Zigbar has a scar on his face. This guy did not have a scar on his face. You know what? I guess we'll find out. Ooh, excuse me. And 2 eyes. Oh, that's right. Zigbar has 1 eyeball. He has an eye patch. I forgot about that. Zigbar kind of looks badass, I will say. I never, like, really gave Zigbar, like, 2 shits because he was just fine. Like, he was just there. But he does look super badass. Like, I never, like, sat down and, like, appreciated him. Because, of course, I'm going to be looking at Axel. And Axel. And Axel. And maybe Larkstein. Rank the 13 members? That's hard. That's hard. But I feel like I am super biased. Is there hold on. Is there an Org 13 tier list? Because I want... If there is, 5 subs and I'll do a tier list right now. Don't do it yet. Why? What's wrong? Why can't I do it now? I know all the guys. Do I not? No spoilers in this? Oh, perfect. Thank you, Necrocade. But yeah, Oh,
Oh,
and,
yeah!
All right.
This is
well,
happening.
here we go. Here we go.
Just subbed.
Let me put it on real quick. Okay. You guys can see this? Perfect. NecroKid, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Okay. So, Roxas and Axel. Okay. That's just a man. Demix? We love Dance Water Dance. You're here. Marluxia. Dude, of course. Why not? I love Larxene. Okay, nobody come for me. But I did not see too much Larxene. And I absolutely fell in love with my silly little gamers. My silly little gamers from Days, okay? This is man. This is man. This is man. He's kind of cool looking. Xigbar was like fine. He was like there. I don't even... was this the guy with the guns? He's pretty sex. He goes up here. Marluxia is up here too. You're fine. You're fine. Yeah. He goes here, though. He goes there. Yeah. I think this is my tier list. That's my tier list. I would put Book Boy in favorite, but yeah, hard agree. Your tier list is OBS. Well, no, was this not showing? This is it. You have favorite, A, B, C, men. These are... Yeah. He is not straight. He goes here, actually. This is straight men. Yeah, he does not count as a straight man. There's not a straight man. This is straight men. Anyways. Yeah. Better. Yeah, this is my tier list. There we go. I love Demix. Can I just say that? I love him. He's so funny. I know people were saying... Somebody told me that Demix is like... Some people hate him. Some people just hate him. Thank you, Necrocade. And I think he's just a silly little guy. And those people are wrong, exactly. I think Demix is so silly, and he just wanted to play his silly little guitar and be a 2000s boy. That's all he wanted. Roxas, Axel, and no one else. And no one else. Yeah, just Roxas and Axel. Anyways, I do absolutely love my silly little trio from Days. I think they will always have my heart from now on. I love Axel. I'm a big Axel simp now. Like, I liked Axel when I first saw him. I was like, holy shit, yowie hands. And then I went, oh, I love him. I love him. And then I watched Days. And I love him even more. I'm just a big Axel simp. Like, I just am. He's probably got to be one of my favorites now. I think I love Riku. I think Riku is just my favorite character. Period now. But I love Axel. He's good. I think Axel might be my second favorite. I think it's Riku and then it's Axel for me. I love them. Like, what does Sora do but support Riku? Sea Salt Trio is literally a single father and his 2 kids. It kind of, yeah. Anyways, yeah, Zigbar. We saw Zigbar, but young. It'd be crazy if it is Zigbar. What if we see Kairi here? That's what I want to know. Alright.
Let's go. Take that.
That was crazy. Wait, that's kind of crazy. Wait, guys. Pause. That was kind of good. Okay, that's fine. Whatever.
Take that.
Just do that. How much money do we have? That's better than what we had before, so let's grab a couple things from the store, save, and then I feel like this is the longest world I've been in thus far, but maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe I'm just a little crazy. That's kind of crazy. What happens if I buy this? I'm just buying shit. I'll try that. No. Yes. This is good. This is good. I'm good here. So I'm trying to like level things up so I can make big shit. Make big thing. I don't know what renewal block means. Where am I going? Pause. Where am I going? I came here. here yet. Have we? Oh, yes we have. I'm just crazy. Whatever. Zigbar, ¿dónde está? Whoa! You know what? We have focus. How about we like not? Okay, now let's
go.
Which one? Which one?
Want some?
Okay, that's fine. Whatever.
Thunder. You're done.
Oh. Press the wrong one. That's fine. Me pressing Y thinking it's X. God, she's just a Nintendo girly at the heart. I'm so sorry. Imagine just playing all your Sonic games on Nintendo consoles. That's my damage. That's my damage. At the end of the day, if you're wondering what happened to Izzy, that was my damage. Birds! I deal with enough birds at home.
Thunder.
All right. Okay. You're dead. You're done.
Thunder.
It's doing like literally no damage. I feel like I have to use these little thingies. That did nothing. That did nothing.
Thunder.
I guess I can use my D-Link, and then I can just go to Aqua, I guess.
Thunder. Freeze.
That did nothing because that did nothing. That did nothing.
Thunder.
That did nothing. Where did it go? Are we done? Are we done real? Alright, time to... Whoa. Is that freeze ray? Does that do anything? Oh, let's move, let's move, let's move, let's move! I feel like you got a freeze move into a fire move's got to do some crazy damage. Am I incorrect on that?
Want some?
Well, I don't think that interaction happens. Fuck. Okay, what am I missing, chat? Am I missing something? Am I not getting something? Am I better make sure Master Xehanort is safe. This bitch. I don't give a shit about him, honestly. Personally, the player does not care about him. I don't like him.
You're done.
I know things about him. You do not, Terra. I've seen the future.
So long.
He becomes a little evil.
Thunder. Take that.
Nope, that does nothing. That takes us to Castle Town. I was gonna say we were just here. Ooh. Oh my god.
Thunder!
Oh, fuck it.
Let's go.
That's the wrong button.
Take that!
Chat, what even is down here? New. This is new. I've not. What is this? Oh.
Thunder!
I pressed A. I pressed fucking Y. Mm-hmm. Oh. Guys.
You're done! Say goodbye!
Please, Terra, please.
Thunder!
What is your damage? Leave me alone. Terra is doing his best. Sometimes he's just a little slow. He's not my preferred playstyle, but he's okay. He's like fine. He's not my favorite. I think I will like Ventus though. Because if I love Roxas, wouldn't I love Ventus? I don't think so. I don't think that's how that works. X! X! B! Uh-huh! Uh-huh! Where'd they all go? I killed them. Ew. Bird! Gotta get the bird out. What? Dude, these birds are like crazy, by the way. I don't like these birds. Okay.
Take that!
Freeze rate is so good. I'm loving that move. So far. Is there any chest? There's a chest. Like, I'm gonna miss a chest, aren't I, if I just go? Ugly little thing. Oh. Yippee! And
Say goodbye! Thunder!
oh my god.
Oh yeah! This is happening! Let's go!
Happy Matt underscore. Just sub.
So long! Oh yeah! This is happening!
Nicholas
Nox!
Just sub.
Nox, thank you so much for the 2 gifted! I appreciate it. Thank you for the girlies. Specifically for Aqua. It is also Women Month. Nox is a woman supporter. Thank you, Nox. Guys, I just want to be Aqua so bad. You are welcome. I want to be Aqua so bad. I just want to be my magic girly. All right, let's see what's down here. Am I even going the right way, chat? You know what? That answers my question. Oh! Oh!
Master Xehanort!
What?
Coot certainly knows how to take punishment. Just like I know how to deal it out.
Do you think they kissed? Not Terra and Xigbar. Xehanort and Xigbar.
Right there. It's called the Keyblade, isn't it? Yep. Seems like these days
That's such an ugly ass Keyblade.
Even Grandpa there. When I nabbed him, he told me all about it. What a weapon like that can do. How could I not want one?
Well, you'll find they're picky about their owners.
If I heard the old guy right, you're what they call Keyblade Master material. So if I defeat you, that makes me the real key slinger. If you catch my drift.
If you catch my drift. No!
That's the most polite way to go about it. But what can you do? One more step and the coot goes boom. You think I'm gonna fight fair? As if. That key's too powerful for us to go mano a mano.
Oh. So we don't fight him? We just...
For a Keyblade Master, you're not very... What's the word? Good.
Oh my god!
What are you doing, Terra? Fight!
But Master, you'll...
Never mind me. You must fight. You can't let this ruffian win. Think of your master, Ericus. The shame he and your fellow...
Dude, he's such a gaslight.
Use the Keyblade.
No, he's such a gaslight. He's such a gaslight. Dude, how many... Oh my god. I need a tally. I need like a score of how many people gaslight in Kingdom Hearts. Do you know how many times there's gaslighting in Kingdom Hearts?
So much for the bluff.
There's so much gaslighting in this game. His name is Breg? Mystery Man Breg? Breg? I hate that name. Sorry. No offense to anybody in the chat named Breg. If there is. Oh, it's who's named Breg? His name was Breg. No, and then he became Xigbar. Damn, that's my name. I'm sorry. Craig in shambles. Alright, hold on. Oh! Oh! What do we do? Oh! Oh, guys. Guys! Guys! I've done this before. I've beat his ass before. I've done this, but as Sora.
Thunder! Come on!
Ooh. Okay, we're gonna try that again. Because she was not ready. I've got this though, I've got this. Thunder is so bad. Listen, I know it is. I know it is. I'm just trying my best, okay?
You better start running.
Oh. Ooh. Okay.
Got you now.
Let's not.
Take that.
Ooh, no.
Reload. Okay.
Oh, why? Quick
Win. I can see you.
Oh, fuck.
Reload. Heal. Take that.
Oh.
Got you now. Okay. Reload. Heal. Take this.
Oh my god, Jack, he's so slow.
Come on.
I didn't see his health bar, chat. How close was I? Be so for real, how close was I? Oh no, oh, that hurts, it hurts.
I can see you. Okay.
Oh, it did not detect me. The game just did not detect me, huh?
Take this. Take this.
What do I even do there? What do I even do there?
Heal. You better start running. Let's go. Reload. Okay.
You know what? Fuck it.
Fire! You better start running. You better start running. Reload. Want some? Okay. Come on. You're done.
I fucked up.
Heal. Okay. Take this.
Fuck.
I can see you.
I need a cure so much! just fucked up. All right, lock in, bitch. Lock in, bitch.
Gotcha now. Reload.
What the?
Okay.
I can't even. He does not let me. He does not let me attack. I can't even guard there. He does have blind spots. He does. Okay. I mean, okay. This is fine. There's fucking Braig. I can't believe I'm dying to someone named fucking Braig.
Gotcha now. Reload. Take this.
Oh.
Come on. I can see it. Heal. Come on. Take this! Gotcha now! I can see you! Take this! Take this! How can this be?
I did not get that. What is this circle? Don't shut. Oh, don't. Okay, don't do that. Don't. Okay, just block. Just block. Just block, bitch. Don't press A. Just block.
Gotcha now! Take this! I can see you. Take this! Come on! You better start running! Heal!
god! There we go. Oh! Oh! Guys! Guys! He lost his eye! I'm popping up! Why? Oh, no wonder. Oh, that's crazy. I can't believe Zigbar's name is just Brig.
Well done.
I did that! That was me!
You have taken yet another step forward.
But I was consumed by anger. Hatred. That was the power of darkness.
Darkness that you channeled.
No.
No.
I succumbed to it.
Uh-oh.
Just like when I stole Princess Aurora's Heart of Light.
Oh, that's right. He did do that.
I can never return home now. I'm a failure.
No, you're not, Terra. You're just...
Then don't.
You're just a himbo. It's okay.
You could be my pupil.
No, Xehanort. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up.
Master Ericus, you see, is so afraid of darkness that he too has succumbed. Not to darkness, but to light. It shines so bright, he forgets that light begets darkness. And Aqua and Ventus, their lights shine too bright. It is only natural that they cast shadows.
This is their Riku. Terra is their Riku.
Ericus, he's such a fool. Light and darkness, they are a balance. One that must always be maintained.
Okay, wait. He's kind of spitting there.
Terra, you are the one who shows the true mark of mastery, but he refuses to see it. And I know why. It is because he fears you. Join me. You and I can do the world's much greater good by wielding light and darkness in equal shares.
Master Xehanort.
Okay, but is he like...
See more worlds. Seek out the darkness that upsets the balance.
Oh, okay. He's not
Find
spitting no more.
Vanitas and bring an end to him. Master Terra.
Oh, uh-oh. Oh. So, like, the whole point, okay, this is something that I'm just having a moment and I'm trying to, like, maybe now I'm struggling to understand something. The whole point of Kingdom Hearts is, like, it's like there's the light and then there's the darkness and then we have to have a balance of it because that's the point. That's the point. That's the point of, like, Riku and Sora, and, like, Riku had a little bit of, you know, a little darkness, and that's okay. But, like, he was the balance, you know? They balance each other out. So why are we so, like, why are we so anti-dark? Like, I don't think maybe I'm lost, right? Maybe I'm lost. What if light is darkness? This was before light and darkness were okay being a balance. And bad people use it. So is it like a thing of like, is it a thing of like, the people who love the light are scared of the dark, and the dark people, like the people who like the dark are scared of the light, I guess. I don't really know. Oh, got it. So they're not balancing yet. They're not living in harmony quite yet. Got it. Okay. I see. Okay. Ooh. Riku is a perfect example. Yeah, I'm a big Riku girly. We love Riku. Riku is a good
Get me
example.
with you.
I can't do that, Ven.
Why not?
I just... When I really need you, Ven, I know you'll be there.
Well, why wouldn't I? You're my friend.
Yeah. You're right. Thanks, Ven.
Oh. So Terra is the guy you fight in 2. He's like the secret boss battle, right? Because that's Terra's armor.
Hey, you old coot! You
This is
said I
so
would
funny.
get
This
hurt.
is so funny.
I didn't sign up to be collateral damage. No way, as if.
Oh, that's kind of a cool keyblade.
Okay, fine. Just put that down. You still need me. You still need me to do something, right? And all I'm asking is that you hold up your end of the bargain. I mean, what's a little scratch on my face, huh? All things considered. I'm just lucky you didn't steal my heart like Princess whatever it was. That would have ruined my week for sure.
Unlikely. A powerful light still lives inside of Terra. You see, people like him, they don't have the power to steal hearts.
So wait, you mean he's not the one who stole her heart?
Well, yeah. Okay. Stitch! Hello? Oh my god, there's just so many things that just popped up just now. We got Toontown, Lilo and Stitch spaceship, and Coliseum. I'm tired of the Coliseum, chat. I'm tired of the Coliseum. I see the Coliseum all the time. Oh, like this one? Guys. There's so many Coliseums. Why are there so many Coliseums? For what reason? For why? Also, hold on. He loves Coliseum, huh? Well, I don't know where to go. Everywhere I go, I see him. Everywhere I go, I see Xehanort and I see Olympus Coliseum. That's all I see, all the time. Disney. The town is a great time. Hold on, let me drink some water. We need water, chat. Need water. No headaches, no. I think I'm slightly, like, just like this much nauseous, but it's not even that big of a deal, like to a point where I'm like, if I like think about it, I notice it, but if I don't notice, like if I don't think about it, I don't notice it. Does that make sense? I think part of it is just the fact that I have literally been in bed sick all week and I am exerting a lot of energy. Snack? Oh, I'm fine. Like genuinely, I am okay. I'm just drinking my water. But yeah, I really think it just has to do with the fact that I was sick for a solid week. And my body is getting used to the routine again. So, yippee! All right, Disney Town it is. I'm genuinely so curious. Chat. Is Toontown real in Disneyland? Like, did they make it real again? Because from what I remember, it was under construction for a while. Sorta? No? Oh, okay. They ruined a Toontown? You're kidding. You're kidding. I haven't been since I opened it? Oh. Well, okay. I wanna go to Disneyland so bad, chat. This is the brain rot that I'm on now, alright?
Huh?
Oh!
Unversed!
Those are unversed? I thought those were just cars.
I'll take you on.
Look out!
Huh? Oh, and then there's Pete. And a Queen Minnie. With Chip and Dale.
And thanks for piping up back there. I mean it. The name's Terra.
Did he say piping up back there?
What are you, nuts? Running out onto the course like that? Yeah, that's against the rules. I'm sure you had your reasons, but I can't say that I approve either.
Well, rules don't apply when you're up against the unversed.
Rules don't apply? You sound just like Pete. Look, it's Captain Dark.
Disguised in shadows, the rogue racer reigns. I am
This is insane.
Captain Dark. And you must
He's
be the
so
chump
unimpressed.
who made me miss a new track record. Hold on. How's come I don't know you? Somebody bringing in a ringer?
Oh, I'm not even a racer.
Must be downright temptatious to try and stop a primo racer like me from getting a record, but we all gotta play by the rules, rookie.
At least his chin doesn't like jiggle into here. Why did they do that?
Interest me, but I need to defeat the unversed. Tell me what I've got to do.
Are you talking about all those carts that look like scary, ugly monsters? Well, we've only ever seen the monsters on the track. That's it! Terra, you just need to enter the races.
Oh, guys, we're
And
racing.
while you're at it, take that Captain Dark down a notch or two. He's always breaking the rules and causing trouble.
I have to become a racer?
We have a
Now,
cool
I'm
motorcycle.
sure I don't have
We
to
could
tell you.
race.
I know. I'll play by the rules.
Yay! Terra's gonna be a new racer! Just come talk to me whenever you're ready. I'll get you signed up and everything.
You know what freaks me out? Do you guys know? I unfortunately know an insane amount of just like Disney stuff. I don't know why I do. I just do. I feel like as an American, you can't really escape Disney's clutches. So, what? Like, okay, hear me out. Do you guys know about like the like in Florida, like right outside Disney World, there's like a neighborhood. I forgot what it's called or some shit. Like it's I forgot what it's called. But you guys know what I'm talking about? They are just racing. Disney Springs, is that what it's called? Is it called Disney Springs, the neighborhood? Not Downtown Disney. No, it is a neighborhood. I'm trying to think. I'm just gonna look it up. It might be Disney Springs. I don't remember what it's called. Hold on. It's called Golden Oak, by the way. Okay. It's a whole neighborhood, and it's literally right next to Disney World. Which is crazy. And it's just a whole neighborhood. Like, it sounds like cereal. But it's like, if you've never heard of it, it's this neighborhood that's built by Disney. And it's like got like the mouse is everywhere. The mouse is everywhere. You cannot escape him. I think it's crazy that yeah, like they built it. Like it is the Disney neighborhood. It is real. And that's terrifying when I think about it. And they're like $1 million homes, by the way. And I just sit there and I'm wondering, what kind of Disney adult do you have to be to buy one of those homes and just eat, sleep, and shit Disney? It's a little scary. Maybe that's just me. I shouldn't say much. I'm playing Kingdom Hearts, but these homes, hold on, let me get my phone out. These homes, I think, are in the 2 million plus, maybe more. This is crazy. But also it's Florida. As a West Coast person, as someone who grew up on the West Coast, I have to shit on Florida. But like, what the hell is in Florida outside of Universal, SeaWorld, and Disney World? Like, y'all got some crazy people. There's alligators. There's some alligators. You guys got the keys. That's cool. I've seen them in a movie once. But there's gators. I like how that's my biggest takeaways. There's gators. We don't talk about the key. What's wrong with the keys? Alligators can climb? It's either rain consistently or it's on fire. Florida's on fire? There's some snakes there too. Those exist. Florida terrifies me. I don't think you could ever get me to go to Florida, like, on my own free will. I think that's one of the places in the United States that I don't think I'll ever go to. Like, ever. Run in zigzags, you'll be fine. I feel like there's a lot of places in the US you just wouldn't want to go to, but I would never want to go to Florida. I remember my parents, like literally last year, we do like every single year we do like a road trip and we go somewhere in the US. And typically you go see family, and all my family lives on the fucking West Coast. But this year my parents were like, or last year I should say, my parents were like, let's go to Florida. And me and my siblings all looked at them and said, no. we don't go to Florida. It's like you wanted to go to Louisiana, but you went too far. Haven't heard much Florida man news as of late. They're plotting. That's the problem. They're plotting. I feel like if I really wanted to get like a Florida experience, I would go to like the south of Texas, like the south of Texas. I'm trying to think, where the Rainforest Cafe is there. Let me look. Let me pull up a map. Hold on. Which is the Rainforest Cafe that has the ride? It sure was a time. Give me 1 second. Let me pull up Texas real quick. Okay, like I'm thinking Gulf of Mexico part of Texas. I'm thinking not Corpus Christi. Galveston. Galveston, Texas has the Rainforest Cafe. It's weird to think that Texas borders water. But there are no mountains in Texas. It is that big of a state, but there are no mountains. Have you ever driven? Have any of you guys ever driven across Texas? It's so long. I live in Texas. I lived in North Dallas, so I know, like I've been to Texas. I've been to Texas. I have friends. I've been to Houston. I've been to Dallas. I have been to Austin. I don't think I've been to San Antonio though. I think that's like the one place I haven't gone. I've gone to El Paso. I've gone to Amarillo, Texas. Why was I in Amarillo, Texas? I don't know. I've been to a lot of parts of Texas, but what goes on in the middle of Texas? What the hell is Brownwood, Texas? Sorry, I'm just looking at a map right now on my phone. What the hell is Brownwood, Texas? Huh. Well, anyways, Texas is a very large state. It has pretty good food, I will say that. Thank you for the race. Hello. Ooh, I think it took us 12 hours to get to Texas and then another 12 hours to get to the part we lived in. Yeah. My, I remember when I was a kid, we moved from Arizona to North Dallas, and it was the longest like time I've spent in the car. That was a very long move. And I remember when we left Texas, so we went from Texas back to California, and that was an insanely long drive. You know, I'm curious to see what the drive is. Sick raid alert, thank you. Okay, let's say from here to All right, let's just look. Let's see. How long of that drive is that? 20 hours and 7 minutes with tolls. Also, Kuya, is it just me, or do Filipinos live either in Hawaii, California, or Texas? Why do we just live in those states? The first two are true. The part I lived in had an insane amount of Filipinos. Filipinos when they're immigrating to the United States, they look at a map of the United States and it's like, Hawaii, California, or Texas. Izzy, do you know about Texan Germans? I do know about them. I do know about them. I have never run into one, but I would love to know. I would love to one day meet a Texan German. Just to like see what's up. It's crazy. I don't even know what part of the Philippines speaks Bisaya. My grandma, my Lola, she speaks Ilocano, so like that's the dialect that I know of. They have insane accents. I've never heard their accent though. Also, why are there so many? Can I say boo? Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, what was I gonna say? Oh, dude, why does tell me why? Who was I supposed to talk to? Dale or Chip? I'm biased. I don't like Dale. Fuck. Hold on. Pause. Items. Whip. Ew. Meld commands? Do we have anything? Stun Edge. Ooh. Stun Edge and Thunder. That seems... That kind of seems... We got Thundara. That's good. Ooh, and we can do Cure, and we can do Cure. Cure and Cure with, this one. And get Cura. Yippee! Alright, well then let's go ahead and put in Thundara. And launch a ball of fire towards enemies. Well, we do like that. He has such bad, like... I think I want sliding dash. No, we don't want... We want to level this up. I think we do want Thundara. He does have bad magic, but... Freeze Raid. We can't do anything with that. It's fine. Whatever. It's whatever. This is fine. This is fine. We're good. This is fine. Let's just pretend we're good. Some crazy stuff you can meld in this game. I guess bring it on. Okay. Accelerate with A, brake with X. Make sharp turns by changing directions while you brake and then hitting the gas again. Sure. Press B to strike. With Y. Alright, block attacks. Which reminds me of the Toontown Kart Racer, Goofy Speedway. Ooh.
See ya.
Brake is X, right? Oh! Okay, hold on. Pause. Good. Oh.
Bring it.
Oh, we're not doing very good. We're not doing very good at all.
Bring it.
Oh, police. Oh, I pressed Y. I swear to God I pressed Y, but whatever.
See ya.
Oh, okay.
Get a hold of this. See ya. Get a hold of this. See ya.
Wait, no. I need you to go faster, go faster, go faster. Go faster, go faster, go faster. Go faster, Terra, go faster. Faster, Terra. Oh, no! That's the first time it happened. That's the first time it happened.
Bring it.
Are you kidding? Are you kidding? I can't. Y'all, I don't want to talk about it. Yeah, we gotta retry. The way he's so upset. They locked on. They really did.
See ya.
Oh! Okay, no, we're good, we're good, we're good. Kill him.
Bring it.
Oh!
See ya.
Dude! Why am I getting hit by these all of a sudden? I'm getting hit by these, and for what reason?
Bring it.
Pressing the A button.
See ya.
Oh no! Not a very good kart racer, I'm gonna say it.
See ya. See ya.
I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill whichever nephew of Donald Ducks that is.
Get a hold of this.
He will die by my hands. We win. We win. We win. We win. We won. We won. He did not die. I don't know which one that was. I don't know which color is the green one. Like, I don't know what the name of the green one is. That's Huey? Okay, Huey was spared.
Oh, my cart must have sprung a spring. You yahoos, just wait. Next time I'll clobber all of you.
Yippee! I hope he's gone for good. Nobody's gonna vote for a weasel like you, Pete.
Damn.
Pete,
I mean, real.
what are you talking about?
Chip means the Million Dreams Award. It's a very popular part of our Dream Festival. Everyone in town votes for who we think is the most exemplary citizen. And since everybody knows how much of a troublemaker Pete is, he probably figured wearing a disguise was the only way he'd get any votes. No votes, no prize. Yeah, the prize is all he really wants anyway. He doesn't care about being a good citizen. Oh, I think that's very sad. The award is supposed to help us appreciate how much we all look out for each other every day. Well,
She is so sad. She's like, he doesn't want to be a team player. Gosh darn it.
Monster carts. Hip hip hooray for Terra!
Well, I got something out of it too.
What did you
I
get
learned
out
that
of
you
it,
don't always
Terra?
have to bend the rules to reach your goals.
Oh.
All this time,
That's what you got out of it?
I've been staring into the darkness. But that doesn't mean I have to jump in.
True, sir. You can have a good balance. Xehanort thwarted by cart minigame. Was that the whole game? Was that the whole world? Guys, there's no way that was the entire world. It was just the kart racer. No way. Come back and visit soon. This is crazy. I cannot believe that was it. This world is a card. This is a PSP game. I have to remind myself that this is insanely short. Again, I know there's like, I have 2 other characters to play through. I do know that. But like, I'm so used to these worlds taking like 1 to 2 worlds taking me an entire stream, which is like 4 to 5 hours. But these take me like 30 minutes. Not even. I'm gonna sleep. Good night, Yoshi Sonic. So part of me, I'm like, we're done? Whoa, we're done? I think that's just the thing that I'm like, whoa. Huh. I see. Well, I guess we have Olympus Coliseum and Alien Spaceship. Terra is technically easy mode. Oh, I see. I feel like, you know what? Fuck it. We go. Yeah, I may as well get Olympus out of the way. Olympus! I love Olympus! Alright, I have to piss again. I'll be right back, chat. Wow, I love Olympus Coliseum. Good night, Fireball. He is Twink! Oh! This is pre-Huncules.
Stay back.
This is pre-Huncules, chat. Uh-oh. We got this, though. Oh, wrong one. I keep doing this chat. Alright, we're gonna do it again. Let's do it again. Hold on. cool. Whatever. That's fine. Whatever.
Fire!
That's fine.
Thunder!
Oh wait, Thundaga is kind of old.
Fire!
Yeah, his magic sucks, but oh, whoa, okay. Whoa. All right, hold on. Pause.
Let's go.
It had me do A like 5 times. What?
You're done.
Oh, I keep doing this. Chat, I keep doing this.
Thunder.
This is not very good. This is not very good, chat.
You're done.
Whoa.
Let's go.
X. I did it. Ooh, whoa. Okay, magic increase. Good. This is good.
Fire.
Good for us.
Heal.
Alright, I'm gonna see what Cinderella's got in store for us. Wish circle! What does that mean? What the heck does that mean? Whoa! Magic mending.
Heal.
Oh! That's a... Whoa! Okay, hold on. Let's put real quick. Let's poison edge them, I guess.
Take that.
Oh, okay. No, he's just got armor. That's fine. Yeah, let's just casually just...
Thunder.
Whatever, buddy.
Fire.
Alright.
Want some?
And fire down.
Thunder. Fire.
Okay. Whatever. So?
You okay?
Huh?
Oh, that's right. I do.
Yeah, thanks.
Let's help our twink up.
Guess they were too much for me. I'm just gonna have to train harder. You're pretty tough. You really handled those things. Are you here to enter the games?
What games?
The games. To see who's strongest. One day, I'm gonna win them all and become a true hero.
I think the whole true hero thing is so funny. Like, I know it's like the whole thing of the movie,
Gotta go.
but I
The
keep hearing it in
Coliseum's
this
just up ahead.
game,
I hope I get to see
and
you
I
fight
just find
there
it so
sometime.
funny because like
A
they don't ever
competition.
define true hero in this game.
I should find out how strong I really am.
Okay, we have a new shot lock, whatever that fucking means. Sonic Shadow. That's... I guess we'll try it out. Okay, well, we'll have to get these all to be a crown, right? I don't like our magic. We need better things. Is there a shop nearby? It doesn't look like it. It's a ranged one. Oh. Oh, look! A familiar sight!
Jeez Louise,
Oh,
one
look!
chump after another.
Coliseum
Who's
again!
who with the Capelon disasters around here. All I need is one measly warrior tough enough to give Zeus a jolt of his own medicine. Wait. Dark, moody, powerful? Yes.
Dark, moody, powerful. Yes, he's perfect. It's just
is it.
Terra standing there.
Huh?
Good night, friend.
Pains me to see it. All that power going to waste.
Who are you?
Name is Hades, Lord of the Dead, God of the Underworld, yada yada, how you doing? Hey, let me guess. You're trying to put the kibosh on the darkness inside you. Am I right? Of course I'm right. Well, anyway, bad idea.
Wait, what?
Okay, stay with me. Darkness is inside everybody. Nothing to be ashamed of. You play nice with it, and darkness will be your best friend. But if you go and get all self-conscious and refuse to face it, the darkness will run over you like a debutante at a toga sale. And then where are you? Nowhere. Now me, I look at you, and I see potential. That's right, kid. You got the potential to conquer the darkness inside you. And I'll even give you some pointers. I mean, believe me, if anybody knows conquering, I know conquering.
Okay, Hades.
Well, let's hear it then.
He just
How do
lets
I
people
conquer
talk
the
to him.
darkness?
Terra, you ever hear of Stranger Danger?
Easy. You sign up for the games. I know. Please, Lord Hades, the games. But hey, you would be surprised what you can learn in the heat of battle. And don't worry, I'll be right there to guide you every step of the way. I'm kind of what you'd call an expert in the art of darkness. Oh, decide fast. This is a limited time offer.
Okay. Well, let's go grab these chests really quick. Ooh, money. I should probably be breaking these. Well, I'm looking for a store. I want to buy something. Well, that's a save point. Oh, here it is. What? Oh my god, that's so expensive. What the hell is Zantetsugen? Well, should I save up for this? Or should I buy something else in the meantime? We're kind of... You could probably... What do you mean I could probably make it? I think I'll just wait. I think I will wait. I think I'll buy one thing. Fire Strike is pretty good, but can't I make this? That's like half of my money. I don't think I want to buy that right now. Actually, no, I'll buy it. You know what? I'll just buy it. I'll just buy it. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. And let's save really quick. Okay. I guess we'll talk to Hades. Yeah. Agnes is good here.
When are you gonna tell me how to conquer the darkness?
Hold your chariot horses. You would not believe the bureaucracy involved with these things. Name?
Terra.
Kind of earthy, but all right. Now,
Kind of earthy.
height and weight. What's this? Favorite god? Come on, Hades. There, ba-boom. Easy peasy.
Favorite god is
Since
so
you're
funny.
already starting to get all warm and fuzzy with that darkness inside you. It's sweet, really. And
With
hey,
all this
by the
darkness
time
inside you,
win
it's
the final
sweet,
match
really.
here, you'll have figured out how to conquer it for good. And don't worry, anything goes wrong, I'll make it all go away. Service with a smile.
I got it.
Okay. Oh, I see. I see. Wait, is Terra Greek or Latin? Latin, I think Greek. Terra is Titan goddess of Earth. Oh, no wonder he said it. Haha, it's a joke, guys. It's a joke. I wouldn't know. I was not that kid. Actually, I kind of was that kid. I was that Percy Jackson kid. I've read all of them. Do I remember any of it? No. I could not tell you at all what, yeah, I was gonna say, maybe it's Gaia. Anyways, I don't remember any details about that book series. Like, I could not tell you. I know they made a live action on Netflix recently, right? I've been wanting to watch it, but I'm also like, I don't remember nothing. Like, I don't remember anything about it. I remember the characters. Could I tell you the plot line? No. No, I cannot. I think I started reading those books when I was 11, and I finished them by the time I was 12. I think I read them all in a year. Percy Jackson and Kingdom Hearts 4, that would be crazy. I just know that poker face was in the first movie. True. Crazy scene, by the way. It's like they get crazy drugged. And then you just are like, this is a wild scene. This is a wild scene. But Lady Gaga is there. The movies are bad. There's 2, by the way. The first movie's bad. The second movie's worse. They eat flowers or something. I love how that we all have like that collective one memory of the movie where they go to the casino. I don't remember anything else. The only other detail I remember from that movie is where Percy literally gets out his iPod Touch and uses the reflection to kill Medusa. iPod Touch, by the way. The reflection in the iPod Touch. That was so funny. I cannot believe. Percy's like 25 in that movie. What do you mean? Was the actor like 25 real? And the goat man gets laid with Persephone? What? Huh? Why don't I remember that? What? Okay. Anyways. Defeat your opponents within the time limit. I can do this.
Let's go.
Ew. I see.
Take that.
Let's not. Guys, she's so slow.
Want some?
You win.
You're done.
I'm not getting this. I'm not getting this, chat. Oh, no. Quit! Oh, just quit.
Let's go. Fire!
Oh.
You're done.
What?
You're done. Fire!
Oh, I don't know if I'm getting this, chat. I don't know if I'm getting this. Oh, I'm getting this. Alright, hold on. Fire dash. Oh, oh, oh shit. Oh no, I don't think I get this. I don't think I get this, chat. I don't think I get this. Please, 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 please.
Fire!
Oh, I have to go behind him. That's right.
Take that. Say goodbye.
Reset. Huh? What? 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 What are these? What are these? What? What is this? What do I even do here? Oh, I failed. Chat, I'm done. I'm done. What do I do there? I'm gonna quit. Actually, we're gonna figure a couple things out. Let's not have Fyra. This is not good. Did you guys say I want magnet? First and foremost, let's get rid of the shot lock. I don't like this one. We're gonna have this one. And then we're gonna... Zero gravity is fine. Zero gravity or magnet? Okay, do I have one of those? Oh, yes we do. Do I have something that can just get rid of all of them at once? We're just gonna save just in case. It recharges slow. This is fine. Alright, yeah. We're gonna skip this scene. We've already seen this. Alright, we got this.
You're done.
Alright, this guy, freeze raid, and die.
Take that.
Alright. Okay. Okay, we got this. We can do this. Where's the other guy? What are you? What's your problem? Oh,
Want some?
okay. Well, how do we get him up? Wait, we killed him? How do we do that?
Let's go.
Y. Y. A. B. Huh? What? One more guy. One more guy. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god, chat. Wait, there's two of them. Oh my god. Oh my god. 4 seconds. 4 seconds. We're gonna die. Oh, we don't got this. We don't got this. We don't have this. We don't have this. I should not use that. I should not use that. Zero gravity's good though. Okay, we'll just retry. I do like that it made them all float. I will say that. Fire strike. That did fuck all.
Want some?
Get out of the ground. Get out of the ground. Get out of the ground. This is that's fine. How many of these are there, chat?
Want some?
5 or 10? Oh my god. Okay, whatever. It's fine.
Drift. You're done.
Alright, that's fine. Fuck.
Drift.
Where's the last one? Okay. Oh my god. 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 Okay, fire strike. Are you kidding? He's gotta die. He's gotta die. One more. Oh my god. 1 second left. Holy shit. Okay. We're at 0 gravity. Let's just grab these guys. Oh, you're kidding. Yeah, what do I even do? What do I even do? Oh my god. He's so slow, chat. I have to be around. I have to be around them. Hi. That's fine. That's fine. That is fine.
Drift! Yeah.
Okay. Oh.
Drift! Say goodbye!
Okay. Oh my god, with the 1 second every single time.
Drift!
What the hell was that? What the hell was that?
Drift! Take that!
Oh my god, I'm gonna die.
You're done!
Please. What? 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 What do I even do here? What do I do there? What happened? How did... Those guys are weak to shot lock? Really? Hello, Sonics. Hi. Did you... How did Coinbox go? Hello, Raiders. How are you? I'm struggling in a very silly game called Kingdom Heart Birth by Sleep. I got 9th, but it's all good. It happens. Hey, you know what? You win some, you lose some. It happens. Yeah. How's Kingdom Hearts going? I'm playing the silly little spin-off game called Birth by Sleep. And I'm getting my ass beat by little guys. So it's going. That's all I have to say. It is going. But outside of that, outside of the loss, I mean, I hope everything else is going well for you. I saw you were playing with Spargo the other day. I don't know the state of Smash Brothers anymore, but that's all I have to say. I don't know the state of Smash Brothers anymore. I just play when I'm drunk with my friends. That's all I do now. But thank you again for the raid. I appreciate it, Sonics. Thanks. I just got over being I had like the flu for like an entire week, so I still have a cough, but I'm getting over it. Oh my god, I need to tell you something. I I have to tell you something. It has to do with Sonic. It has to do with Sonic, and it has to do with something else that I cannot tell you about. I cannot tell anybody on stream because I'm under NDA. But I'll tell you. I'll tell you later. I'll DM you. Anyways. What? What? Yeah. I think you'll think it's cool. I think you will think it is cool. Well, the Smash Ultimate meta is Steve Minecraft. Oh. I hate Steve Minecraft. I don't like Steve Minecraft. He makes me mad. That's all I have to say. I've been mad at Steve Minecraft since he joined the video game. Alright, let's try this again. But for Sonic's Raiders, hi. My name's Izzy. I used to be in the Smash community. I stopped because I know what's good for me. I dog a lot on Smash. I'm gonna be so for real, but I will be completely honest. It was, when I was there, it wasn't all bad. Like, I got my sense of community while I was there, but it's no longer for me. The only person I even remotely keep up with nowadays is literally Sonic's, because I like Sonic and he likes Sonic. So B-Fan is killing it as Steve. I love B-Fan, I just do not love Steve. But anyways, I am currently playing through the Kingdom Hearts series, but I'm a big Sonic fan. I mean, I literally have Sonic on my controller right now. That's my little guy. Alright, we kill. And you know what? We're gonna phase it. And Fire Dash. And Fire Strike. And Zero Gravity. Want some?
Heal. Drift.
Which one of them comes out first? This one?
Thunder.
Dara.
Drift.
Gravity. What? What are you talking? You're kidding. You're kidding.
Want some?
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Can I do it? I can't do it. I can't do it. What happened? Chat, please tell me what happened. Should I have Thundara? The finish command to avoid that? Wait, what? What do you mean?
Want some?
What's this surprise button pop?
Drift. So long. Drift.
That's surprise. How do I change that? I'm just mashing. I'm literally mashing. I just want. Why is it doing that? I don't remember setting it there.
Let's go.
Oh. Guys.
Drift.
Alright, one more.
You're done.
Oh, okay. We're just gonna miss him like that. That's fine. That's fine. Just miss him like that.
Drift. You're done.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Back. Kill him. Kill him. Zero gravity. That's not what I wanted, Jose. Okay, hold on, hold on. There we go, there we go. These guys, we're gonna zero gravity again.
Let's go. Say goodbye.
That was wrong. Oh my god, guys, I pressed the wrong thing. Oh, oh, oh.
Let's go.
We're not gonna get this, we're not gonna get this, we're not gonna get this, we're not gonna get this. That sucks. I was right there, wasn't I? I was right there, wasn't I? I'm so upset. Like, genuinely, I'm so upset.
Drift. Drift. Want some? You're done.
Wow, that was fast.
Drift. Drift. You're done.
That just wins. That's what wins. Okay.
Drift.
Good to know.
Let's go. Say goodbye. Drift. You're done. So long. Drift.
Oh my god.
Let's go.
I don't know if I get this, chat. I don't know if I get this. That's unfortunate. Fire strike is only grounded. Oh, that makes sense. I'm so upset. I can do this. I can do this. It's not like... Alright, whatever.
Drift!
Oh.
Here, want some? Here.
It's not like I can't. It's not like I can't.
Drift! Here, take that! Say goodbye!
And he's dead. Okay. Yeah, lack of air combo, that makes me so... it's just, that's just so annoying, is really what it is.
Drift! Here!
Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Oh my god, get out of the ground.
Here! Take that! Drift! Drift! Let's go. Here. Here. You're done. Here. So long. Drift. You're done.
Are you kidding? One more. He's right there, he's right there. Oh my god. Oh my god, okay. We're literally right there, chat. We can...
Drift! Drift! Here! Want some? Here! Here! Here!
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Drift!
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
How can this be?
I died! What does continue mean? Should I just retry? I don't know what continue is gonna have us do. Oh my god, we're like right there. We're right there.
Here! 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 Drift! Here!
Oh my god, I almost didn't get that. Oh my god, I almost didn't get that.
Drift! Here! Drift! Drift! Yeah, take that! Drift! Let's go!
Oh my god.
Want some?
Oh my god.
You're done! Say goodbye! Let's go! Drift! You're done!
Oh my god, I'm freaking out. I just want this to be over with. I want this to be over with so bad.
Drift! Drift!
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Take that! Say
There we go, there we go, there we go. Where's the last guy? Die. Oh my god. We're almost out. We're almost out. We're almost out.
You're done! Let's go! Drift!
We're not that. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god, chat. Oh no! I'm so mad. I can get this. I can get this. I'm gonna sob. I did not know.
Want some? Drift! You're done!
Oh my god. Oh my god. I want this to be over with. I want this to be over with so fucking bad.
Drift! Take that! Drift! You're done!
crazy, dude. Go crazy, dude. Are you kidding? Oh my god. Fire sway. Push Y. And I'm gonna surge. Oh my god, oh my god. I'm sorry, I'm tweaking, I'm actually just tweaking. Alright, last guy.
Want some?
Die! Oh my god! Oh my god! This is fine.
You're done.
Oh my god.
Let's go.
Was that it, chat? Was that it? Was that it? Was that it? Oh my god. Oh my god.
You're done.
Is that the last one? Why did that take so long? Oh my god. What was that? Why was I bad? Why am I so bad? Wait, this is kind of crazy. Wait, that was kind of pause. Wait. Is it an action commands? I can put it here. I can't put it there. Wait. I can put it here. Ooh, I see. Change my finish command? Oh. Gold rush. I don't really like it. How do I change this? I want to change this, but how? Just keep it on finish? Oh, like, just like this? Okay. Okay. Do I have things? Whoa. What does this do? What the fuck is... I'm gonna try this. What does this do? Blot edge. Blot edge. What is fire dash? And Thundara. Oh, fuck it. Why? Ooh, that's neat. Combo plus. I got 2 stun edges. What does that even... Zero gravity kind of goes crazy, so I'm gonna keep that. I don't have a cure anymore, do I? Let's just put our potions in here then. Actually, let's just put our normal potions in here. Okay. So, I did all that. We have a lot of money now, chat. Hold on, pause. That's a lot of money. You know what that means we could get? This one. We could buy this one. I don't know what it does, but I want to try it. Freeze rate is kind of crazy, but let's put this one in here. I do like Fire Strike too. I like Fire Strike or Freeze Raid more. Which one was I using more? Freeze Raid? A bit better. Okay. We'll put Freeze Raid in here and then just... Let's just do this. We have money now, so this was good. This was very good. Alright, I think this is good. This is a good place to... I mean, you know what? Hold on. Was that it? Like, what do I do? Do I talk to him again? Is this just... yeah, fuck it.
Okay, this is not what I had in mind. But hey, I can improvise. Time for Plan Beta.
Pardon me, coming through. I'm gonna miss my match.
Oh!
Hello, Plan Beta. Hey, kid!
Huh?
Over here. Come here.
Once I've conquered the darkness in my heart, I'll never have to fear it again.
He's having his Riku moment. Who the fuck are you? Who are you? Snatched, actually. Whoa, whoa. Why does that look like... Bro does not have any light behind his eyes. Whoa. What?
Come on.
Whoa.
You can't escape. Take that. Drift. Come on. You can't escape. Let's go.
Me being a Nintendo girly and not knowing how to... Oh. Oh, what the hell? Whoa, he's dead. And he's dead. First try. Is that evil Roxas? I mean, evil, Ven?
Huh?
Oh. What the fuck are you? Oh, it is evil. Oh, it's evil him. Oh.
The match is over.
Oh.
He was a pushover before. What's gotten into him?
It's not me.
What?
I'm not doing this.
Uh-oh.
He's being controlled.
He's being controlled by the darkness. Wait, that's
Yeah, so
him.
what do you
Wait.
think? You like
No,
my new super
that's
warrior?
huh?
See, right here. It's the power of darkness. Could have been yours, still could, if you open up to it.
Hades! You were just playing me. The darkness will never have me.
Real. Why is he why is he like that?
Help me.
You've got to set my heart free. Uh-oh.
Set my heart free.
His name is Zach? Who the fuck is this guy? Is this a Final Fantasy character? Oh my god, oh my god, chat, oh my god, chat, oh my god, chat, oh my god, chat. Oh my god.
Drift! Want some? You can't escape.
Oh.
Come on.
Oh.
Come on. You can't escape. Come on. Gotcha.
What does that do, chat? I'm not figuring that out.
It's over.
I can get out of this though.
Come on. You can't escape. Come on. Say goodbye. You can't escape. You can't escape. Drift. Say goodbye.
Whoa.
Want some? You can't escape.
Shit.
It's over.
Shit. Revert.
Come on.
Potion. I'm just gonna. There we go.
Drift.
Fuck.
Take that.
Oh. Guys, it looked like evil Roxas because of the spiky hair, and now I'm seeing that, who the hell is this character? It's a Final Fantasy VII character?
Forget it. It looks like I bet on the wrong dark horse. That kid doesn't have what it takes to handle darkness.
That is Cloud's best friend? Oh, this is the guy.
You gonna make it?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not supposed to know that he dies.
I'm finally free. Where is...
He's gone.
Man, how could I let a guy like him control me? I'll never live it down.
Oh. Oh.
Thanks.
Terra.
Well, yeah,
Thanks,
he's alive
Terra.
now. I hope that wasn't
I'm
like a
Zack.
spoiler for anybody. Oh, that's Zach.
Yep.
My
Definitely.
dumb ass is like,
Terra.
yeah, that looks like
You're
Roxas.
exactly what I pictured
What?
a hero
Like,
would
what's
be.
my problem?
Not the way you look. There's something else about you.
Well, I'm no hero. Trust
I'm
me.
no hero, trust me.
You
Oh my
kidding?
god, oh
Listen
my
to those
god.
cheers, man. You don't get to decide if you're a hero or not. They do. And they've already made up their mind. Whether you like it or not, you're their hero. And mine, too.
Oh my god, I love him.
It's too bad.
He is such an anime
I really
boy.
wanted to fight you fair and square.
Are they gonna
Maybe
spar for
someday,
realsies? No, just kidding. Haha. Forward to D-Link with Zach. Oh, we made a friend! Alright. Well, look at that chat. Finished world. We did a lot tonight, but I think this is the good place. This is a good place to stop. I am now making good, cool things in the video game, and it is becoming way more fun. At first I was like, oh, this is fine, but like now that I'm making things and I'm understanding the combat system now, this is fun. This is good. I didn't think I would like this one very much, but I'm starting to like it. It's not Kingdom Hearts 2. Going from Kingdom Hearts 2 to this is like rough. I'm so sorry for everybody who actually had to sit down and like wait for these games to come out, and that's all I have to say. I love Kingdom Hearts 2 too much. I think that is my problem with Birth by Sleep. This is the worst third. What is that even? Worst third. I'm confused. I mean, it's good. Like, so far I'm liking it. You know, it's not like I am like, oh, I hate this game. No. Like, it's not like a slog either. I feel like I'm getting things done and then we move on. So. This game hasn't aged the best in the eyes of the Kingdom Hearts fans, as far as I know. I hear this game has crazy lore, though. I'm here for the lore. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I know, from what I know, people are like, they either like this game or they hate this game, from what I've been hearing. So, yeah, lore goes nutty here. I'm here for the lore. I really wanted... I probably could have read up on it if I didn't really want to, like, play the game, but I'm here for the game, and I'm here to try it. So, anyways, chat, it is 2:30 a.m. I forgot that I had the Org 13 members up. I totally forgot I had this up. I forgot I made this tier list. I just love favorite straight men. And then, anyways, good night, Kuya. I'm going to go ahead and rate somebody. I don't know whom or what. Fuck. Stream ends when I beat the game. Oh my god. Okay, this girl, it looks like, is, oh, playing Kingdom Hearts 1. Oh no, she's in the room. Guys, she's in the room right before, you have your final battle with, Ansem. She's in that room. She's in the room. The room. Oh. Anyways, go wish her luck with the room. She's literally right at the end of the game. So I don't know who this is, but she's just playing silly little Kingdom Hearts, and I think it would be fun to go raid somebody in the room. As yeah, thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers for the room. That should be the raid message. Thoughts and prayers on this room. Anyways, go have fun with, I think, Princess Claude's. Yep, I read that right. Okay, goodbye, chat. I'll see you tomorrow.